Never imagined what we started could mean so much to me. It might be true we've passed the golden years. Well, let them say what they want. I'll politely disagree, 'cause it doesn't mean much if you're where you wanna be. So scream if you're out there and think just step back.
Happy Sunday, everyone. Welcome back to the Chilled Sunday. Whether you're watching this on my channel on Twitch or on Picarto, welcome and thank you so much for joining. Happy Sunday. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully better than me. But yeah, welcome. Thank you for joining. So today I want to be resuming works on that commission that I have been working on for a little while, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm struggling. So let's open that. Also, by the way, I'm sorry I'm starting a little late today. I woke up literally exactly 1 hour ago. I'm taking some sleeping pills, and those things, they really knock me out cold. So yeah, I've been sleeping a lot. That is also the reason why I might be sounding, I don't know, tired. I don't know. I feel like my voice is a bit weird. It's a bit different from what it should normally be. Anyway, let's open here the file workshop and progress sheet 2 because I will need this. Okay, so on this file alone you can see how many iterations of the wing, of just the left wing, I have gone through. And actually I tried to work on this a little bit more earlier this week. And I did this. And for some reason I feel like this looks like a spider somehow for some reason. I don't like that. So last night, actually, I tried to fix that. I tried to improve it a little bit, and this is what I came up with. I think it's a little bit better, but I'm still very unhappy with the results. I got some other reference, but either I failed to to use this reference properly, or it just is not the what I'm trying to say. It isn't an sufficiently adequate as a reference for what I'm trying to do. Though I still feel like I should stick with this one and try something like that. If I still fail to make these wings open, I might try to have them folded back to her body, though I would rather not do that. Okay, let's copy all of this, make a new file, paste it back, and save over the original file. Alright, let's grab the pen. By the way, I'm still drinking my coffee. So whether you redeem the Hydrate Dragon Token reward or not, I'm gonna be drinking. You know what they say, don't talk to me until I have had my coffee. Okay. Okay, this wing, maybe the alterations that I have made are actually fine. I just need to adjust the wing a little further. Like, for example, I feel like this section here is a bit too long. Let's change that. Let's begin by erasing this section here. I erased a little too much. I erased a little too much over here, but that's fine. I'm just going to correct that right now, actually. Super easy fix. There we go. Erase a bit more of that gray. The right wing. Because I'm not going to be needing that anytime soon. So let's make a cut right here. Now move the whole thing forward a bit. Yeah, I like that. I just gotta connect this line with this line, because as you can see here, they are not connecting. And that should be an easy fix. All we need is the curve tool, and voila, they are connected. There we go. Now I just have to erase the original line and change the red to black, and this fix is done. Yeah, I suppose it was indeed too long. Let's restore now that line that I have erased from here. I will need that, but I also need to copy this here, because I am going to be starting the line rather, right here. Go, now let's paste this over that. Picking up this new line, that's not the curve tool. I was actually considering to take a break from this just for today, since I have already worked on this a little bit early in the week and also last night, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I am a bit tired from working on these wings. Well, this wing, I still have the other one to do. I was considering to take a little break just for today and do something else a bit different, just to, you know, freshen up the ideas a little bit, have a small rest. But then I started to think what I would be doing instead, and I thought about maybe I should do, you know, another nostalgia stream, because those are fun. I mean, that should be fun. I did enjoy the first one that I did a while back. And then I thought, what would I do on the second nostalgia stream? And then I remember that I have this idea to go back to a picture that I have cancelled all the way back in 2010 and draw the final line arts as I would have done back in 2010. And then I remembered that I hated the way I was drawing final line arts at the time. And well, needless to say, my mood is not good enough to bother with using that method for final line art, so I decided to just stick with the wing. Anyway, I'm going to restore this section of her back over there. Maybe that will help have a clearer view of what I am doing so far. I think this is the one that I want. No, I'm going to use this sketch. Let's copy this, send it to a new paint window, and let's erase that gray line. There we go. Now, however, I'm not going to need the whole thing, particularly the section that is around here. So what I'm going to do is actually change the color of this part of the wing. Now let's copy this, paste it over here. Why are they not matching? They should be matching. It is still the same sketch, right? Ah, there we go. There was another couple pixels up here. Okay. Let's copy this. Paste it over. And now I can safely erase just this section here. There we go. It's as if it has always been that way. But save, always remember to frequently save your progress, whatever you are doing. Okay. You know, maybe this wing is, in fact, far better than everything else that I have tried so far. Which is not to say it is finished. It isn't. Let me see if I can make it any better. But first, let's select this whole sketch and send it over to progress sheet number 2, which is this file here. This way I can have a backup of this moment, of this, I don't know, of this sketch. Anyway. By the way, as you can see here, I actually removed one joint from each one of these, let's say, fingers? I don't know what you call these things in Dragon Wings. But in any case, I removed one because, well, actually I'm not sure why. Well, I know why, I just don't know how to explain it. But in any case, I removed one, and I guess it's better. Though now that I look at it, this part over here might be a bit too long. Let's experiment with shortening that. Let's select this. Just a section. And move it down like so. Yeah, this might work. Though, I think I would need to change the angle of this one and redraw it actually. Maybe have it be up here, like this. Yeah, let's try that. But let's begin by fixing this line here now. Here's one simple fix, just a patch basically. Huh? There. Okay, I'm gonna stick with the color red, and I am now going to redraw this one here. So from here, it will be here. I hope this length is fine. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go, that's what I wanted. I'm not sure if I have a backup of the rest of the sketch right here. Let me see, if I have, I'm just going to use that instead of redrawing the whole thing. And I don't. Okay, just gonna redraw this then. Quick coffee break. Whoever invented coffee, that person should have received a Nobel Prize. He or she should have received the Nobel Prize for world peace or something. I don't know. Coffee? Such a divine thing. um, Actually, I'm gonna need a few more patches here. I am actually curious. Was there like a person who invented or discovered coffee? Or something, or is it one of those things that humanity just basically either has always had or has been discovered or created, invented, I don't know, so long ago that records of who made it first got lost to time? I'm gonna ask my phone. Who invented coffee?
According to National Coffee Association, coffee grown worldwide can trace its heritage back centuries to the ancient coffee forests on the Ethiopian plateau. There, legend says the goat herder Kaldi first discovered the potential of these beloved beans.
Coffee forests? That's a thing that existed? Are there coffee forests today?
Here are the top search results.
Nah, that doesn't answer my question. The last wild coffee forests. All that coffee can be traced back to one place, patches of forest in Ethiopia. Inside Ethiopia's endangered wild coffee forests. So apparently coffee forests still exist, but they are in extinction. Interesting. But yeah, I suppose it's safe to say that coffee is indeed one of those things that is so ancient that records of who actually made it first and when it was invented or discovered have been lost to time, basically. Fascinating. Okay, let's take a look at this. Something wrong ain't right here. I'm not sure what. I just know there is something wrong. And I think it might be up here. Maybe I need that to be a little longer. But also, I need this to be angled down a little more. Let's try that, but let's begin over here. Yeah, perhaps a little longer also. There we go. And let's erase the ones in red. And just to have some consistency, let's change this to red. Okay, now I feel like I need to redraw this one here completely. But have this one also be angled down a little bit, kind of like this. Let's do that. Also, I need to try and make it a little thinner because these are too thick. I think that is one of the problems that I am running into. I would try and keep it the same length. I think over here should be fine. The thing that I think I should do is change the line arts in black, at least all the ones that I am going to be erasing soon, to some other color, like light gray, for example. That way it should be easier to see, make out the new lines that I am drawing. This will go faster if I make this eraser larger, but that would take away some of my accuracy. So I'm not gonna do that. Not yet. I don't know if I'm gonna have to be redrawing this one here as well, but I will preemptively change its color too. There we go. And let's do a little bit over here as well. There, now it should be much easier for me to see where the new lines that I'm drawing should go. Have this one end over there. There. I know this one isn't actually meeting with the other one there, but that was intentional. Take a look. Yeah, I suppose that is better. The one above could be a little thinner too. Let's make it thinner. I suppose the thickness might be one of the problems that I have been having with this wing.
The world presents some problems and we don't know what to do. You come to find your feelings aren't exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in
There.
mind your bearing's only worse if you don't.
Let's go ahead and erase some of these red lines before they throw me off. Erase one more pixel than I should, but that's fine. No big deal.
Have a hero who's both been elusive and on time. Just one time. And then
Let me fix that real quick. Yo. Oh, I also have to fix this here now. There, it's fixed. Sorta. Well, yeah, completely fixed. And now, for this one, do I want that one to still be in the same position, just thinner, or do I want to change its position, its angling a little bit?
but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war. Fight more.
Maybe let's change the angling slightly. Let's save first,
By flinching at their foes, cling against the torment.
and let's begin
Might at what you
right
know.
here.
Don't let go. Just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on sinking ships because you've got to be more grand. You've got to
The length of each one of these lines still has to be similar if I want this to work. Huh? This is too thin over here. There, that should be better. This one needs to curve a little more on this part over here. Try to fix that. Let's see, I think that should work. Or maybe could curve a little bit more. I don't know, let me finish this line here, then I will know for sure. Yeah, it could curve a little more. Let me do this one first. Here? Yes, there. Now we do this. Curve it there and over here. There we go. That's how it should be. Let's close the gap over there and erase this blue line. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Let's take a look from afar. Yeah, I suppose that's fine. A coffee break? However, now the lack of that second articulation is bothering me. Take a look here if I have more reference, like this one for example, this reference. This dragon does have two articulations there. Now I am unsure as to why I removed one of these. If I reintroduce that second articulation, how am I supposed to do that in a way that works? By the way, it's a bit warm here, so I hope you don't mind. I am turning on my fan. There we go, that's much better. Oh man. One problem at a time. First, let me see if I can define at least the basic anatomy of this wing, because I'm still struggling with that alone. Let me change all of these colors to, I don't know, black maybe. So let's consolidate them basically. Now for that I can use a larger eraser. You know what? I'm not going to thicken up these lines. I'm gonna keep them like this. I'm likely gonna be erasing them anyway. Which, speaking of erasing, I almost forgot. I have to erase these ones in gray. There we go. And let's send this to the proper sheet. I'm gonna keep this open. And save. By the way, this thing that I call the eraser trick, this thing that allows you in Microsoft Paint to change the color of a line without interfering with any other colors, or just erasing something, like for example, if I want to erase this section here of the black line art, I can do it with the eraser like this, but if I want to preserve the gray ones that I have just erased, I obviously, in this case here, actually no, let's use this here as an example. This area here. Let's say I want to erase just the black line arts. Sure, I can do this, but if I want to preserve the gray ones, then I would have to drop the size of the eraser and be a little more careful, like go here, then around, do this here, and so on. This takes time. It can be done like that, but it takes time. But with the eraser trick, I can instead have black on the primary color, white on the secondary, being white the color of the background. And I simply right click and I move the eraser over all the lines, and only the black line gets erased, or more specifically, it gets its color replaced by the color on the primary color, on the secondary color. So the eraser trick basically works like this. You replace the primary color by the secondary color. So for example, if I want to change the black color to red without interfering with the gray line art, you do this and there we go. Now, this thing, the eraser trick, I don't know if this has an actual name, that's just how I call it. Turns out, it is something extremely old that Paint, or more specifically... Actually, I'm not going to say what I was about to say. This thing is extremely old, and it is something that Microsoft Paint actually inherited from an older program, an older graphics program, that was a function of its own. You are probably not familiar with Paintbrush, but Paintbrush was actually Paint's father, basically. And Microsoft Paint was introduced on Windows 95 in, well, 1995. But before that, Windows was equipped with a program called Paintbrush, and that's what you would use to do your drawings, maybe, I don't know, save a screenshot perhaps. In that program, it had a function dedicated for replacing colors. I don't know if that is going to work on Windows 10, but I do have a version of Paintbrush here that does run on Windows 10. I want to show you that. Your Paintbrush, I think this one will work. Yes, this is Paintbrush. And the function, the tool rather, is this here. So what they did in Microsoft Paint was basically remove this. Actually, no, it was this here. Was basically integrate that and consolidate it into the actual eraser. This here was the eraser at the time. I don't know if this function is going to work here. So let's test. Let's draw a red line, a green intersecting, and let's see. Do I right click? Okay, it doesn't work on Windows 10. Sadly. But I want to show you that running. I do have a virtual machine, but that's NT. No, hold on, I don't think that is going to work on NT, or will it? Let's try. If it doesn't work on this VM, I'm gonna boot up DOSBox and launch Windows 3.11. It would definitely work there. Hey Mookie! Happy Sunday, thank you for joining, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's see if that function works here. It is a bit finicky, but I think it has to do with it being a virtual machine. Let's see, red, green. That is very good, Mookie. Yeah, it doesn't work here. But as I said, I think it is because this is basically being emulated on a virtual machine. Let's try on DOSBox. I am doing alright, thank you. Just could be better. And let's shut this down. Let's see, emulators, DOSBox. Yes, I am trying to demonstrate. I'm trying to demonstrate an old function that the Microsoft Paint has inherited from Paintbrush on a much older version of Windows. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. It's cd win. Nope. Wait, what isn't this directory here? Ah, it's cd windows. There. Now I can do win. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Windows 3.11 for workgroups. Let's see here, Paintbrush. As you can see, same program. Wait, that's not what I want. F. Control Z. Oh, Control Z doesn't exist. How do you undo? Wait, it is Control Z. What? Well, whatever. Let's see, red. Now green. Okay, let's say I want to erase just the red. So I grabbed the color eraser. I selected red on the primary color. I don't even know if there's a secondary color here. And yeah, there we go. See? It works. That's what now on Modern Paint I call as the eraser trick. And there, if I want to erase just the green, there we go. So this thing was born in this program. I don't know if an older version of Paintbrush also has this. Actually might not have, because any older than this and Windows was in black and white. So yeah, I don't think it existed then. But yeah, that's where that was born. And then if we go on Windows 95 and boot up Microsoft Paint in there, this feature will be integrated into the eraser. Exit Windows, yes. And exit. There we go. So yeah, actually I do have a copy of Microsoft Paint from Windows 95. I don't have to boot up a virtual machine with Windows 95 to show you, which I could because I do have one. Here, MS Paint Windows 95 English. There we go. This is Microsoft Paint from Windows 95. And we can draw a line in black, and then red, and then green, like that. And if I grab the eraser, and let's say I want to erase just the black line, I pick black on the primary color, right click, and there you go. The same function from that dedicated tool in Paintbrush was introduced into Microsoft Paint on the very first version of it on Windows 95, except it was integrated into the eraser itself. So basically the eraser, it has two functions. Left click just erases the whole thing, but if you right click, it will erase just the color that you have on the primary color. And if you don't know what primary color, secondary color is this little box here, where on the upper box you have one color and behind that one you have another one. On more modern versions of Paint, of course, that is a little bit different. It shows like this: color 1 and color 2. So color 1 is the primary color and color 2 is the secondary color. So it still works the same way. Left click erases everything, right click erases only the color that is selected in the primary color. or more specifically, it replaces it with the color that you have on the secondary color. So yeah, that's a very nifty tool. And even the version of Microsoft Paint that comes with Windows 11, which is a different version of Paint actually, a worse one I would say also, even that one still has this feature built in into the eraser. And many people actually don't know that the eraser in Paint can do that. I didn't know that until I watched a video by accident on YouTube a few years ago that showed this little trick in action. And that helped me a lot with my sketches. And another thing that many people don't know that you can do in Paint has to do with the pencil. You can do basically the exact same thing with a pencil as you can do with the eraser. You left click, you draw a line, but if you right click, you will replace that line with the color that you have on the secondary color. So for example, if I have red, for example, on the secondary color, if I left click, I draw a line in black because it is using the primary color. But if I right click, I would draw a line in red because that's the color that I have in the secondary color. So what I often do when I am drawing something with the pencil, and I want to erase something real quick, I just keep white on the secondary color because that's the color of the background here, and I right click, and as you can see here, the line gets erased. Don't even need to touch the eraser in some situations. Hey Miss Puffles, happy Sunday, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Yes, Microsoft Paint. I use Paint to draw all my sketches. The final line arts, however, they are drawn in CorelDRAW with vectors. I basically just load the sketch from Paint into CorelDRAW, and then I draw the lines over the pixelated sketch, and then I export that into Photoshop, where I color, do the effects, and all the shading and all that good stuff. It's unmarking myself earlier. I got kind of stuck. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck myself actually. I've been working on this wing alone for like 3 weeks in a row. I'm trying to fix it and get it right. But with dragon wings are hard. Okay, now let's use the eraser trick again to change the color of what I have drawn so far. And let me try to improve upon. But yeah, I am doing art. That's what I do every Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Although today I did start a little late. But that's because I woke up very late. I'm actually still drinking my coffee. Good stuff. If it didn't involve having to take a break from, having to put the stream on pause, I'd go into the kitchen and grab more coffee once I'm done with this mug. Actually, my mug is almost empty. Sad face. Right. Now I'm gonna try to redraw this section of the wing that I have changed to light gray. I'm gonna try and redraw it to add that second articulation that I have removed previously. I thought I knew why I removed that, but now I don't really know why. I am very unsure. In any case, let's try to bring that back without breaking everything. Doing close designs is kinda new to me. I've drawn cloth before. That can be a nightmare to get done right. A few years ago, I drew this commission over here to show you. One moment. Here. A few years ago, I made this commission, and I had to draw these curtains on this stage. Now, sure, it's simple, but God, this gave me such a headache to do. Not a literal headache, of course. But yeah, this was a lot of work to get this cloth done. And that's just curtains. Well, I did do the dress on the pony as well. Though this was much easier to do than the curtains. I still think that I did a very good job with this commission. I'm happy with this one. It's kind of hard too because I don't know what I even want. Oh, I know the feeling exactly. Almost every time, I think if you go through all the VODs of the Chill Art Sunday, of past Chill Art Sundays, and you count how many times on those streams I said, I have no idea what I'm doing, and you were to get paid $2 for every time I say that on a Chill Art Sunday, you would probably become wealthy. I'm pretty sure that at least if I were paid $2 for every time I say that I say that and I legit mean it, which is basically 99% of the time, I would probably have enough money to buy me a Nintendo Switch and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which is actually coming out very soon. And sadly, that's a game that I'm not going to be able to play. And I love Breath of the Wild. I have it on my Nintendo Wii U, but sadly I'm not going to be able to play it. The Switch is just too expensive where I live. And the game alone is gonna cost over $400 too. And to make matters worse, I am currently unemployed, so there's that. No income. Can't even save money to buy at a later date. There we go, that should be enough for now. Okay, let's see. Lengthwise, I think that's fine. Yes, I think that is fine. Let's save. Another phrase that you often hear on my streams is save your progress frequently because you never know when something might go wrong. That's another thing that if you were paid $2 for every time I say it, you'd have a lot of money. But in all seriousness, do frequently save your progress, whatever you are doing. You actually never know when something might go wrong. And I speak from self-experience, believe me. Especially if you are doing something complex, and you do a lot of progress. Like, you never know when your power might go out, your computer might crash, or the program you're using might crash. You know, and you could just lose everything. You know, in the blink of an eye. Just like that. All gone. So if you frequently save, the most you might be losing is some minor stuff. This is almost what I need, but not quite there. The problem on this one here right now is actually here. Oops. Other programs, like Photoshop for example, they would offer me far more advanced features and tools to do my sketches, including layers. However, in my experience at least, you love these wings? Well, hope I can learn to love them too, because right now I am not happy with how they are coming out. But thank you anyway. What is it saying? Right. But at least in my experience, all the other graphic programs that I have used so far, including Photoshop, they do not give me as much freedom to do sketches as Paint does. Like, for example, just with the example that I gave you guys with the pencil, for example, if I draw a line here, I can just right click to erase it. I can't do that on Photoshop, for example, or GIMP. I have to switch to the eraser. Now, sure, on those programs you do have keyboard shortcuts to switch to the eraser, but this switching tools all the time like that, even for simple things like, let's say I just drew this section here and I want to quickly erase these pixels here. I don't know. That's what is the word that I'm looking for? Counterintuitive? Is that the term that I want to use here? I don't know, it doesn't feel very practical, you know? I feel like this here is far more practical and quicker than switching tools, even with a keyboard shortcut to do. And besides, in the case of Photoshop alone, for example, you only have one undo anymore, and you have to press, instead of Ctrl Z, you have to press Ctrl Alt Z, or was it Ctrl Shift Z? Either one, you have to press an extra key, which is of course no big deal, but still, it's a little more than what I would be happy with. And it's just one teeny tiny little bit more extra time to be factored in. And I do like to save time as much as possible on anything that I do. And Microsoft Paint just gives me all of that on a silver plate, basically. And besides, working with just pixels like this also helps a lot with keeping the sketch clean. Sure, I can still use pixels like this in Photoshop, but then I run into those other issues that I have just described. Otherwise, if I use the pencil tool, I mean the brush tool, I will end up with a lot of stray pixels everywhere that I might not even see at first. Hey Pianist, happy Sunday, welcome. Thank you for joining. I'm still struggling with your lady's wings over here, but I'm trying to get them done, and I think this time I'm gonna make it. So yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I prefer to use, at least for now, Microsoft Paint to draw all my sketches. There's just that much more freedom. Also, with the size of the canvas, all other programs, if I need to increase the size of the canvas or reduce its size, I have to most likely either press a shortcut on the keyboard or go into the toolbar on the top and click on Edit, Canvas Size, for example. Then I will be shown a menu kind of like this, where I can then type the number of the canvas for one size and then another one, and that's how you resize a canvas in Photoshop, GIMP, and many other programs. On Paint, I can simply zoom out or zoom in and just do this there. It's much easier. And if I do want some specific size, of course I can still open this here and type, like for example 1920 by 1080. There, done. It's much easier, much quicker to do. And for sketching, it's just perfect. I used Paint for animation. I did also. I don't animate. I can't really say I know how to animate, I just know how it works. But way back in the day, I used to make a lot of animated GIFs. GIFs, whatever you want to pronounce it. And actually I used both of these programs over here back in the day, and I still use them actually whenever I want to make a new GIF. GIF Construction Set Professional and Microsoft GIF Animator. These programs are ancient, like super old. Microsoft GIF Animator alone, as far as I can tell, this is the one and only version of this program that Microsoft ever made, and this was made in 1994. Oops, shut up. It doesn't have a help here or an about, but yeah, if you look on the internet, it was probably 94 or 95, something like that. It still works, surprisingly. I mean, it still works on Windows 10 and 11. That's what I mean. Quick coffee break. Good. But yeah, I just love Paint. It's awesome. Having said that, I would not use an older version of Paint for my sketches nowadays. Older Paint is great, super simple, though it's just too simple. Like for example, these older versions, this version that you have on the screen right now is the version from Windows 2000, but the same applies to the version of Paint that comes with Windows XP and Vista also. They only have up to 3 undos. So if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines, for example, I can only undo 3 of them. Modern Paint, however, the version that was introduced on Windows 7, which is the one that I am using here, as well as the version that comes with Windows 10, and even the new one on Windows 11, these versions they give you up to, I think it was up to either 28 or 30 undos, unless your canvas is too ginormous, in which case then Paint runs out of memory, so you have more limited undos. But still, it's far more undos than you have with older versions of Paint. And also the tools it gives you are far more advanced than the older Paint, so this is much better to work with. Now you might be wondering, but Mike, if Modern Paint is so much better than older Paint, why the hell do you have Paint from Windows 2000 on your desktop over there? Well, the reason why I have this version here is because although a more modern version of Paint is fantastic, far more advanced, it does have one limitation that older Paint does not, and that is the size of the eraser. With Modern Paint, if you hold Control and press plus on the numpad, you can increase the size of the eraser, but it only goes up to this size here that you see on the screen right now. Older versions of Paint, in particular this version of Paint, the one from Windows 2000, the eraser has no limit on its size. So if I press Control plus on this one and just keep holding, it will just keep increasing size. It will go bigger, bigger, bigger. For how long I hold this, that's how much the eraser will increase. I can get this eraser to be so big that it will cover the entire screen. Look how big this thing goes. It's ginormous already. Now for comparison, if I Alt-Tab to over here, that's the maximum size of the eraser on this version of Paint, and that's how big I can get it on the older Paint. But another reason why I keep this older version of Paint here is also because this one, when you want to paste something that is larger than the canvas that you have, this version will ask you if you want to increase the size of the canvas. So for example, if I copy this entire sketch here from Workshop on this version of Paint and I try to paste it here, see, it asks me if I want to increase the size of the canvas. The reason why I keep this version of Paint in regards to this feature here is because sometimes I might want to center something within a certain specific size of a canvas, and this one makes it a little easier to do that. So like for example, if I wanted to have just this here centered exactly right here, I could just paste it here, keep the size, and then select everything, copy, and bring it over to Modern Paint. Like this here. As you can see here, for example, Modern Paint does not ask you if you want to increase the size of the canvas to match the size of the selection that you have. It just does it for you. And the version of Paint that comes with Windows XP also does this. That's why I chose to keep the version, specifically the version from Windows 2000. So yeah, that's basically why I have this here. I do use that, but on rare occasions. Most of the time I use just this version of Paint. But let's say, for example, if I have too many lines that I want to erase here without erasing, like for example, let's say I have too many light gray lines going everywhere here and I want to clean up this whole sketch more quickly, I would use all that other paint, because then I would have a larger eraser, and with a larger eraser I could cover more of the sketch, and therefore that whole process would go a lot faster. So yeah, that's why I keep that, even though it is so much more limited. That just goes to show you how older things, even if they are outdated, they can still have function, and should not be discarded just because they are old. Like control, you mean the control key? I mean, the control key is still used for so many things on everything. Oh, CRT TVs, yes. CRT TVs and even computer monitors. Even those, they can still serve a function today, even though they are outdated, bulky, and unhealthy for your eyes if you stay too close to them. Older games on older consoles, for example, they only really look their best on a CRT, because that's how they were designed to be. And even older games like those light gun shooters, for example, like Duck Hunt for instance, they only work on CRTs. You can't really plug in a Nintendo to an LCD display or a smart TV and play Duck Hunt on that thing. I mean, you can, but the game would not register your shots. And yes, they also run better. They have a refresh rate like no other screen has. They are fantastic. I still have 2 CRT monitors from our older computers, though they are small screens. The problem with CRTs is they are very heavy and take too much room. But yeah, I have some interesting technical difficulties on my widescreen CRT. 60 kilograms, yes, they're super heavy. That thing, Miss Puffles, is actually heavier than me. But yeah, even those, they still have their function. I do believe that things like those should still be preserved. Even game modes in modern TVs just aren't the same. Indeed, they are not. And besides, those quote-unquote game mode on smart TVs, they only take into account modern consoles and modern games, like the Nintendo Wii, Wii U, Switch, Xbox, those things. They are not designed to function with Super Nintendo, Atari maybe, Amiga, and those other things. So yeah, for those, the best thing is still a CRT. And besides, CRTs don't serve are not only good for older games, they also have their purpose, their uses for some other things. I just can't really name many more from memory right now. Me and my roommate still have CRTs to play Smash and Nintendo 64 on. The N64 looks great on a CRT. If you plug it on a large screen, like a smart TV, for example, it will not look as good. The game will still be super fun, but it won't look as good as it used to back in the day, or on a CRT. But yeah, that's because those games, they were simply designed to work well with the CRT. And the CRT helps to hide some defects that the technical limitations of the day impose on the game. You're light? Yes, I am light. I weigh 53 kilograms, more or less. I used to weigh 58, but due to some circumstances, I ended up losing weight and I dropped down all the way to 51 kilograms. Now I am ranging between an average of 54, 53-ish. At a height of 1 meter and 79 centimeters, that's not very heavy. If I lose any more weight, I'm gonna disappear. Do small CRTs have better pictures than bigger ones? I don't think so, not necessarily. It depends on the size of the picture itself, because you have to consider the resolution also. And the smaller the CRT, the smaller the resolution it is capable of displaying. Like, for example, the 15 inches CRTs that I have here at home, computer monitors in this case, they can only display up to 1024 by 768 pixels. And that resolution by today's standards is really small, like super small. To give you perspective, 1920 by 1080. This size here, that's the resolution of my computer screen right now. Everything that you see on my screen right now, on the stream, I'm running this at 1080. The stream is outputting as 720 because I have it set up that way on OBS. However, the capture is at 1080 because that's the size of my screen. The resolution that those 15 inches screens can display is this size here. 1024 by 768. It's that size there. At 100% zoom, it's this size here. Compared to 1080, that's very small. That's really small. I remember back in the day, the first time that I used 1024 by 768 on one of those CRTs. Everything looked so big, so much better. There was so much room on the screen. But it turns out that is actually really tiny. I used to weigh 100. I range between 95 and 96. You're much heavier than me. I hooked up my Chromebook up to a relatively small 4x3 CRT and the picture looks really good. Hooking it up to my much bigger CRT, it looks worse. Kind of fuzzy, especially at X. There's two things I think I can say about that. Well, one, as I mentioned, it depends on the resolution that you are using, but also there's the scaling. But another thing is, and I noticed this, specifically on TVs that double as a computer monitor. You may not know this, but until just a few years ago, you could buy a computer monitor that doubled as a TV set. While today you have TV sets that double as a computer monitor. They are the other way around. And one thing that I noticed is that computer monitors that double as a TV set, they are far better at displaying a computer screen in computer monitor mode than TVs are. All the TVs that I have put my hands on, mostly at clients. I'm a computer technician by profession, so you know. All the TVs that double as a monitor that I work with, when they are displaying a computer on the screen, the image always looks really crap. I always hated those. I have an old monitor that doubles as a TV, however, sadly, that thing doesn't turn on anymore. I hope I can get that fixed because the image on that monitor is stunning. It's amazing. It's really good. But anyway, That one doubles as a TV set, but it is primarily a computer monitor. And the image it displays in when it is displaying my computer, it is great. It is way better than any smart TV I have ever worked on in computer mode. So I don't know what is it with TVs that double as a monitor and being unable to display a proper image. They always look fuzzy, the colors seem to be discolored, and I don't know, it's really bothering me. It's something that really bothers me. That is one of the reasons why I never got myself interested in buying a smart TV, for example. Well, then again, I don't have a TV in my house anymore for years. I haven't watched TV anymore. There's nothing good on TV anyway. And besides, smart TVs are plagued with ads. I don't want to see ads on the TV itself, the menus. It's bad enough to have TV channels display ads, you know, commercials. I tried different resolutions. Could be my HDMI to RCA thingy that messes up this with the signal. I wouldn't discard that. But I wouldn't be convinced. I'm not convinced it would actually be that. I still think it is because TVs that double as a monitor are just not good enough at that function. Both my monitors are Sony Trinitrons, by the way. What I find odd is how only the 16:9 CRT seem to have the weird issue. Yeah, I wouldn't know about that one. But have you tried checking the scaling? The scaling in Windows could also interfere. Yes, scaling. You go here on Start, Settings, and you go to... where was it? I think Personalization? No, frick, what the hell did they hide? Resolutions. God, Windows 7 was so much easier to find stuff. System. Oh, it's a Chromebook. Well, it still should have a scaling setting somewhere. Most operating systems now do have it. In Windows 10, as an example. If you go to display settings over here, you'll find scale and layout. And personally, I always recommend 100%, but you know, there's people who buy 4K, 8K monitors to use super high resolutions, but they use 125 or 150 scaling, and everything looks ginormous as if they were using a lower resolution. And in my opinion, that just completely defeats the purpose of having a high resolution monitor in the first place. I find that really dumb. But anyway, you still should have a setting for scaling on Chromebook. Chromebook is basically just Linux. It's a Linux distro as far as I am aware. And Linux does have that. Let's make a quick test. But first, let me drink some coffee. Punch the scaling. Yeah, I hate scaling. Unless I absolutely actually need the scaling, to increase the scaling, it's just 100% for me, man. Like, seriously. It's really dumb. It really defeats the purpose of having a high resolution screen if you're going to scale up everything. Because what you end up seeing on that giant screen will not really be much different from what you would see on a smaller screen using a lower resolution. I'll bet it's scaling that fuzzes up the image. It might be, probably, maybe. While this boots up, let's go back here to this wing. But yeah, I don't know if your Linux distro does have a setting for scaling. You know, I'm talking about the Chromebook. But chances are it does. Also, I don't know what Linux version or distro, I mean, Chromebooks are based on. But my Linux distro over here that I'm booting up on that VM, it might give you a little clue, maybe. So let's check the settings on that as soon as it finishes booting up. I'd use Linux actually as my daily driver operating system instead of Windows 10. Sadly, however, most of the stuff that I use and need in terms of programs and stuff, they only work, excuse me, they are only either available on Windows or, sure, Linux does have equivalents, but the stuff I actually need, it only actually works nicely and has all the stuff that I need on Windows. The alternatives on Linux, they just don't make the cut for me. And I tested, I tried. I made a lot of testing before migrating to 10. God, I miss Windows 7. If the Switch looks good, it's probably not the TV, right? Oh, hold on, you said something else before that. LG, I could test the Switch to see if at least that looks good. You mean the Nintendo Switch? Probably. The Switch, it should output a default resolution. As far as I am aware, you cannot even change the resolution in settings on the Switch. I wouldn't really know because I don't have one. I do want to buy one, but they are super expensive. I could literally buy an RTX 3090 Ti probably, or maybe even a 4080 for the price I would be paying on a Nintendo Switch here where I live. And I would probably still have some money left to buy a game, or maybe buy a burger. I don't know. Let's see here, settings. Come on, open settings. Why isn't this open settings? Oh, there we go. Isle Riot Solitaire? What? Oh, applications, never mind. Let's see here, display maybe, about, region, printers, removable media, power, sound displays. Orientation, resolution, fractal scaling. Okay, so my distro of Linux, it has something scaling wise. Yes, it does have scaling. If I enable it, yeah, there. See, this is what I was talking about when people buy giant screens and increase the scaling to make things look larger. This is no different from simply going over here and dropping the resolution. This is literally no different. So it's super dumb. But yeah, check for something like this, Miss Puffles, on your Chromebook. It might have a setting for scaling. It might not be named like this on this distro here that I have, but it should have something similar probably. I don't know if that will help, but it's at least worth a try. Okay, now let's see, what was the last thing that I did here? Okay, it was that line. Let's reinforce this one. And last but not least, this one here. Actually, no, I still have more lines to go here. What am I saying? By the way, my coffee mug is empty. So, F. There. And one more here. Now this here is going to be the last but not least. There we go. Oh no, never mind, I lied. There's one more line to go. This one over here. Which I will go ahead and switch to red. Using the eraser trick. Okay, let's take a look at this. This might work now. This might work now. Let's do a few more touch-ups and draw the membrane of the wing. Let's have this over here match. I'm not sure if this is going to be sufficient for what I am trying to accomplish, but let's roll with it. If anything, I can undo and then draw it again, or draw over, whichever one works best. So now let's switch to the eraser. Erase this here, and let's begin erasing all of the black lines that are no longer needed, as well as the gray ones, of course. Let's make this eraser bigger. There you go, that's the maximum size for this version of paint. There we go. Let's turn everything, oops. Let's turn everything to black. Copy this. Oops. Oh my god. There we go. Hold on a minute. I'm not sure, but I don't think I should be doing just an arch for the membrane. Wait a moment, let me try something. I don't know what I'm doing for the record. I'm just doing. No idea if this is going to work. Or if it is, if it will work as intended. The thing when drawing the membrane of a dragon's wing is that sometimes you might have to consider it as a piece of cloth, because that's how sometimes it might behave if it is slightly folded or something like that, and that can be a challenge all in itself. I have no idea if I'm doing this right. I've drawn dragon wings that were slightly folded before, and I have to do this, but it can be difficult. You kind of have to imagine how all of that skin would actually fold. No? And that's basically what the membrane of the wings of a dragon is. Just a bunch of, well, it's technically just skin. Some might have some scales on it, but usually it's skin. I do use the curve tool a lot, don't I? It's so helpful. This tool alone is one of the things that you don't really have access to on programs such as Photoshop, for example. You can do stuff like this on Photoshop, GIMP and such, but it's via some other tool, and the path, the way, the process for you to achieve something like this, for example, it takes extra steps, it takes more time. On Paint it is far more straightforward and therefore simple. Okay, I'm not gonna bother with this one right now. Hey Riptane, happy Sunday, welcome. Thank you so much for joining, my dude. Frick, I clicked the wrong thing. Alright, This wing, man. I think it is better than the other iterations that I've done so far. But I am still not happy with it. Not one bit. I'm just not sure what is wrong with it. Something is wrong. I'm just not sure what. Like, maybe these should be longer? Should this one here be angled downwards a little more? Should this one be covering this one? Kind of like this? Oh, maybe. I'm gonna try that. So let's select this person first of all, and let's send that to the progress sheet. Hey Weeks! It's Sunday, welcome. I'm your subs and watch an ad. Yeah, apparently that happens sometimes with people on Twitch. I have no idea why. I'm sorry, but that is beyond my control. Okay, let's try that. Oh, so you didn't hear me before? In that case, let me say it now. Hey Weeks, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. Happy Sunday. Yeah, sometimes apparently that happens with people on Twitch. I have no idea why. Even when they... And apparently that it's not only... That doesn't happen only with my channel. Other people's too. They're subscribed, but they still see ads for some reason. I do apologize, but that is besides my control. Nothing I can do about it, sorry. Okay, let's try this now. So I said I want this one to be going over this one, right? So I guess I need to have this line going like this, right? No problem, Weeks. Thank you for dropping by. See you then. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday and have a great week. Have a good night. Dream of Dragons. Guide your order. Have a good one. Oh, hold on. Do I want to this angle? You're very welcome. Let's try this angle here. By the way, what I'm doing right now is basically this here. Just hopefully far better than that. And let's have this line end right here. Okay? This better work, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I am very tired of struggling with this wing. That's not to say, of course, that I am going to give up on this commission, not at all. I'll unlive before I give this up. But I soon will need a break from this. Okay, that's too thick. Let's try again. Yeah, I think that's a little better. Let's save. Now, having changed this one means that I'll have to change this other one here as well. Though maybe not by much. I'm just not too sure by how much. Let me first copy this, because I think I will need it. I will also need this. Let's just make a new window. And let's erase only this. That over there. This one gets changed to red. Okay? Okay. Let's copy that. Go back over here. Now then. I suppose I gotta start around here.
It's unbelievable. This is as good as it gets. It's unbelievable. Don't know what's gonna happen next. It's
Yes.
unbelievable. You haven't seen nothing yet. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. When I was a kid, I saved up all my dough. So I could buy C3PO. Mentos in my Diet Coke. In the backseat of the bus. When I was a kid,
Here.
I ate SpaghettiOs, play laser tag and G.I. Joes. And if you've had no girls allowed, then you can join the club. When I was a kid, I spent my Saturdays going on Nintendo games. The newest thing was Lion King. And I could feel the love.
And right here. You destroy your mouse wheel button again? How? Why? For the fourth time? On the same mouse? How did you do that?
When I was a kid, I dreamed of Power Wheels. Stayed up late watching action films. And I won't lie, my friends and I were too legit to quit.
Did you get headshot by a 12-year-old on Xbox? Just kidding. Kind of miss playing Team Fortress 2. We'll put that on stream again. Sometime soon. I used to be a very good sniper. The kind of good that some people would occasionally even call me a hacker. I'm a nerd, he's cheating, he's using aimbot. When in fact, it was actually just skill. Some BS item spawns in CSGO Danger Zone mode. Gamer moments. Ah, I wasn't too far off then when I said about being headshot by a 12-year-old on Xbox. Oh man. Had 2 blatant wall hackers today. Eesh. I hate those. I remember having a lot of difficulties with those on Team Fortress 2 back in the day as well. Man, I suppose it's safe to say that all shooters, online shooters, have the wall hackers, the aimbotters, sometimes both on the same. Sucks. People who need to cheat like that to quote unquote be good at the game, they are just losers. Winners don't cheat. Okay, let's see if there's now. I will have to change this one also. Let's do that. How do I begin? Here, I guess? Yeah. Nope. I messed up. Valve removed the low trust factor players from his big boy matches, but no. They did. The problem is the people who develop those cheat engines, they always find new ways to get around the barriers the developers impose to try and stop them. In a way, it's not too different from, for example, video game makers, like Nintendo, for example, trying new ways to prevent people from jailbreaking their consoles, and so eventually someone jailbreaks the console, and you have the ability to load up a homebrew stuff, like I did, for example, with my Nintendo 3DS. Last year. There's always a new way. Which, by the way, apparently, even though the eShop is gone, there is a new way now that you can use to jailbreak the Nintendo 3DS and the Wii U without the need to download some stuff from the eShop. Oh, hang on a second. This is wrong. This is wrong. Wrong. And Nintendo just remembered a meme. A meme, you say? Which meme? Hang on, am I even doing this right? I am not. And what's new about that? Nothing, I tell you. Wow, you remembered a meme when I said Nintendo. The only thing that I feel or think of is sadness when I think or hear Nintendo. I thought I bombed that place. Big showing an angry old guy in a chair. Is that a World War II joke? Because what comes to mind is the atomic bomb. No! Oh my god. Okay, I recovered the 2 lines. I thought so. But yeah, currently think of Nintendo just makes me a bit sad. Sad because I can't buy me a Switch to play the new The Legend of Zelda. This is still too thick. Yeah, that should be better. And okay, that's done. Let's see. You know, this might work now. This might work. Emphasis on might. Let's paste this over. Okay, save. And you know what? I am not going to save this to the progress sheet yet. Oops. Let's erase those gray lines. It's on Discord. Let's see. My god, that old man looks really ugly. Oh, hold on. I erased way too much stuff there. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I didn't switch colors on the primary. That's what's happened. I'll give me this blue. Dabba-dee dabba-da. And Yeah, this might work. Will it work? I don't know, man. I'm hoping it will. I mean, the vector lines will be fine. They will be time consuming as usual, but it will be fine. Get the wing right in the first place. This is being the pain. Once I have the sketch all done correctly and everything in order, then the vector lines will be easy. All I have to do is draw the vector lines over the final sketch. It's really just getting this right in the first place that is the hard part. Which still is of course not to say that drawing the vectors later won't take a lot of time. It will. But relatively speaking, it will be super easy. If anything, at most, what maybe I could potentially have some problems with, or not problems, but maybe some difficulties with, is figuring out the layering situation. But nothing that I cannot overcome, that's for sure. I messed that one up. There. Now let's reinforce this one. This blue here, by the way, that will stay there. That is not a straight line. Stray. That's another game that I still have to play again on stream and finish actually. I still haven't finished my playthrough of Stray. That is such a cute game. Well, the protagonist is cute. And apparently there is another cat game coming out sometime soon. Just it just won't be a sequel to Stray. It will be something completely different. But you do play as a cat. I just can't remember what it's called. It's on Steam. It's on Steam, but it looks. I think it's going to come out just on the Nintendo Switch also. But I don't have a Switch, so what do I care? But that is something that I would like to play on Steam. Yeah, maybe you might know Pianist, but I really can't remember the name. You know what, let's take a look. Because I got myself curious now. Let's see, wishlist. Yeah, it's this one here. Little Kitty, Big City. That is really a really cute kitty. It's like Little Cat in the Big City. Yeah, it's this one here. The premise is also a cat that is kind of lost. But obviously it's completely different from Stray. But this looks really cute. Planned release date 2024? Oh, we're still gotta wait another year for this. But yeah, this is a game that I want. It looks really, really fun. What an awful mistype. It wasn't so bad. But yeah, that is a game that I want. Though to be honest, the game that I actually really the most want to play now is going to be The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. It's coming out on the May 12th, I think. It's next month, just a few days away. But that is a game that I believe I would never get to play, sadly. As soon as I hit enter, auto mode was like, excuse you. Yeah, but I got what you meant. That's why I clicked on allow the message. Autobot sometimes is a bit too sensitive. Then again, the same can be said about most AIs. Stray 2, Electric Boogaloo. Yeah. But yeah, I still have to finish my playthrough of Stray. And there we not go actually. I still have this one line here too. And okay, now there we go. Right. Let's change all of that to red. Actually, no. Let's change all of it to black. Blue to black and red to black. Uh-huh. And copy all of this. Let's keep red on the primary color and let's draw some basic wing membrane. Now this here shall connect to that one over there. And that one over there, turn, shall connect to this one over here. I'm not gonna bother too much whether or not I'm getting this arch quite correct. Not yet. Let's place this on top. Ah, frick. Oops. That almost ended up badly. There we go. Now I want this. Put it over here. Undo, copy this, redo, and paste this. Smaller eraser, black on the primary, and boom. Now red, larger eraser, black on the secondary, bada bing, bada boom. And save. I think that's fine actually. Save some minor tweaks here and there. I think I've managed. Yeah, sure, this wing still could be better. But I am not sure I know how to make it better yet. So let's roll with that. But first, the tweak that I just mentioned. Oops. Yeah, this. Oh my god, can I please get this line right? I'm so close to finally being able to move on and start struggling with the right wing. Okay. Oh yeah. Just one more, and this should be done. By the way, Riptane, you missed an opportunity to make a pun. You should have called it straight to Electric Cataloo. That was a stupid joke. I do apologize. Now for this here, I'm gonna use the pencil. There we go, that's better. And black on the secondary. Yeah, 3 out of 10, not recommended. Alright, I'll take it. Yeah, I think this would do for now. Let's save this to the progress sheet. And save. Look at how many iterations of these wings I have gone through to try and get them right. And I'm still not really happy with what I did. I might end up going back to this wing and trying to make it better later. But I suppose that compared to the stuff that I had before, it is much better now. And that's a lot. And all of these only on the progress sheet number 2, because I still have some more wings here on progress sheet number 1. Never mind, I lied, I don't. On number 1 it was just the body. But still, it was a lot. I'm actually at a point where this canvas is so large that I might soon have to switch over to progress sheet number 3. Okay, let's see here. Let's try to improve the anatomy a little bit more. How? By erasing some of these lines. Not all, just a bit. I might have erased the wrong spots. Hold on. I need another reference because I suck. Oh, maybe this one. About made to sword. I think that's what I was looking for. Ah, yes, I was erasing the wrong spot indeed.
I'm feeling like a photograph life. It changes, but it goes by fast and far too fast for me to catch.
Yes, I was indeed erasing the wrong spot.
Insecure that I should believe in myself more.
So this here
It was as easy.
is what I am actually supposed to erase.
Sometimes I just feel like a stranger in my life. Sometimes I don't feel right at all. I may be lonely, but maybe I'm supposed to be, 'cause no one's there to hear me when I call. Things get
There we go.
complicated, so
Um,
I've watched and waited.
I'm not gonna do any of that on the inside of the wing. I don't think that is necessary there. Not for this one anyway. Okay, let's save.
Feels like I'll never find someone like me.
Now, let me see. What am I gonna do next? I still feel like that wing should be a little longer. Like maybe just this part over here, you know? Let me experiment real quick.
Fun, I guess. Confidence never was mine. A harsh word can leave me stunned.
Like what if I have it go
I'm unique and others strange.
like this?
Just living up to my name, but I can't be the only one. Sometimes I just feel like a stranger in my life. Sometimes I don't feel right at all. I may be
I'm just experimenting, by the way.
maybe I'm supposed to be, 'cause
If I actually think this will work, then I will actually properly elaborate this change.
complicated, so I've watched and waited for the moment I'll find someone like me. I feel so underrated, so
I'll erase that,
frustrated. Feels like
and instead draw another one here.
just when I was all
And then erase it here.
you came and showed me I'm not on my own. I'm not that different. You've made me see. I finally
Oh, that might help. That might help. I'm gonna be more certain of that once I have removed
I've watched and waited for
these lines in black,
a moment I'll find someone like me.
so I can have a more clear view of this potential change.
Maybe I finally found someone like me. Things get complicated.
And let's change that to black,
Watched and waited for the moment
like that.
find someone like me. I feel so underrated. Some just leave me frustrated. Feels like I'll never find someone.
I forgot one detail here. With this, I will have to redraw this line. Copy that. Make a new one like this. And then paste this over. You know what? That is better. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it though. I will change right here. I'll change this here, right here. Gotta make it a little more even. And that's not even enough.
As we fearfully wait, the simplest of simple creatures bound by the laws of fate. And as we shivered in the gutters, far away from home, we lost our last vestige of hope. Frozen and alone.
No, something's off about this.
Our dreams with tales of better times. The royal princess of the night forgave us for our crimes. And
Throw more of the line.
overlooked as nocturnal we became. We wore a darker armor and we carried a different flame.
Yeah, that should do it. Now let's restore this section here to how it used to be. Or rather, to how it is supposed to be. Oops, I meant to pick the black color on the primary, not red. Now I can have red. Let's reinforce it. Same thing over here. Let's reinforce everything. Do I need to do this? No. Just like it. And that should be enough for that. Need to change the angle of this here now. Just slightly. Yeah, like that. And there we go. That is better. That is better. However, there is one detail that I forgot. Right here. Come on, give me black on the secondary. Come on, gimme. This is a bug on Paint, by the way. Sometimes it will give you the black color, sometimes it won't, no matter how many times you click. It's a bit finicky, I don't know why. Okay, this wing could still be better, but considering my skill level at the moment, for now, I still might come back to this and try to improve it further. But as of now, that's fine. Let's send this to the progress sheet. Now let's see, what is the next thing that I'm gonna do? I still need to work on her face, the expression, the mane. But I think the next thing that I'm gonna do is actually draw her claws. Let's begin with this paw over here. Take a look at her reference. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think I got it. Let's begin with this one. That doesn't look quite right. Yeah, that's... could be better. Yeah, that's better. Let's just erase this and do the same here. Oh god. Please. Hand. Just do the curve. Come on. I don't want to have to resort to the curve tool. Draw a simple claw. Let's see, that should do it, but I have my doubts. Maybe if I do this. Yeah, that's better. Okay. As for this here, I think there should be a claw kind of like this. Right there. Let's save. Now over here things could get a little funky. Let me begin with that claw. That should be just one line. That. No, that doesn't look right. I'm gonna try something. Oh, you didn't see this because I don't have a face cam. But when trying to draw this, I was tilting my head at a 90 degrees angle. Instead, I'm gonna try to tilt the canvas. Let's copy everything, but let's do this on another window of paint. Paste. Rotate right. Yes. Let me try this. By the way, I never flipped the canvas like this before. On any sketch. Let's see if this helps. Maybe I should begin with this one here. The difficulties that I'm having with this paw here, the claws for this paw, I mean, are more derived from the fact that Well, it's not just the angle at which I have to draw them, but also the perspective. I've never drawn dragon claws like this before, with this perspective. I can do it. There is a way, and I will find it. That looks like garbage. That also looks like garbage. Okay, that's a bit better. What if I told you that right now I'm actually tilting my head to the right in 90 degrees to see what this looks like in the correct position? Okay, let's tilt this back. Rotate left 90 degrees. Yeah. For starters, I suppose that it's fine. Let's copy just the paw and bring it over to here. There we go. There is one little issue here. It could be because of the perspective or just my impression, but I don't know. Thing is, these claws that I have just drawn, they kind of seem to be smaller than the claws on this paw, right? Either one of these is gonna have to be redrawn later. Probably. Or probably not. I don't know. Now, I had originally copied this back paw and used it for the front paw, but I think later I decided to redraw the front paw completely. So I think they are different now. If they are, then I cannot just import. Yeah, I cannot simply reuse those claws. I'm gonna have to draw some new ones exclusively for the back paw. No problem. No problem.
I think back to all the years, all the memories, everything that we've experienced, everything that we've seen, everything that we've done. This is the end, but this is not the end of the memories, the pictures,
That was actually easier than when I drew these ones.
friendships,
Not bad, I dare say.
and the fandom is not.
Now let's go to this one. I've drawn front-facing claws before, but I always have a little bit of difficulty doing it. Not too hard though. And there, I think this should do it. Also, this is not 100% front facing. It's just slightly sideways. Oopsie daisy, I exaggerated a little bit there. Okay, this seems to be good. Now let's do something similar over here with this toe. And last but not least, this toe. That can be better. That can be better. Come on, Mike. Get your stuff together. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. Just one moment, I'm missing a couple of details.
You're leaving? It's time for us to be on our way. Thank you.
Let's add those details here also. Do we even need to add those there? I'm not gonna, not yet. Let's zoom out, save. And let's take a look at this. Yeah, that seems to be about right. Let's now advance. Give me black on the primary. A teeny tiny eraser. Not that small though. And let's erase some of these parts of these toes. Let's make it look like she actually has claws here. There we go, and now let's change them to black so everything matches. And let's take a look at this big girl with her big claws. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Particularly this paw. I like it. Man, imagine getting clawed by these. I mean, like, seriously, being a dragoness. I don't know how big she's actually supposed to be, but I would imagine that a human would probably be more or less about this height. Okay, this is a bit weird. About this height next to her. Imagine getting clawed by these. You would get unlived instantly. There would be tomato sauce everywhere, if you know what I mean. But yeah, my big boy over here, he also has some very big claws. The only difference is that his are retractable. Do I have any picture here with him showing his claws? I must have. Oh, this one. He has his claws out on this one. Yeah, and his claws are actually a little larger than, what is her name again? Diane. Yeah, his claws are very big. You don't want to get clawed by those. But okay, let's save this. Even though I have already saved. Now, what am I gonna work on next? I think the claws are fine, even the ones on this spot here. The weirdness that I was feeling about their size on this paw specifically, I think it was mostly because of the perspective, as well as the color in which the sketch of these claws were drawn with. I mean, though I might still do a few touch-ups on them later. Like maybe this one here could, this line could go like this, you know. But that's a fix for later. For now, I want to work on something else. Her face, specifically her expression, it feels too stiff and bland. I don't yet know how I can improve it, but I want to improve it, and I do believe there is room for improvement on that. I gotta think. Let's take a look at this one for a little bit of inspiration. I didn't mean to right click. No problem, Retain. See you in a bit. Oh, I forgot about this on her wing. That is another thing that was causing me, well, it still is, causing me to feel it is a bit weird.
Each one of you taught me something.
I completely forgot about that.
Always be grateful. Today, I consider myself the luckiest pony in Equestria. Thank you, friends. Thank you, every pony.
There, let's keep this as a basic. I'm gonna detail that later. Just gotta erase these 2 pixels that went a little bit overboard. Oh, does she have ears? She does not have ears. Oh, you know what? I should her eyes on this sketch. I should probably make them a little more similar to these ones here. Maybe. That is something to be considered. Her left nostril is a little too high up. I think maybe that one must go down a little bit more. Maybe her right eye is a little too much to the right. Maybe it should be more more to the left over here, closer to the center of her forehead / muzzle. This line maybe could be improved. Let's begin with those changes. Maybe the nostril could actually stay there. Let's just change the position of the eye first. No, that's too close. Unless I bring it down a bit. Yeah, bring it down a bit. I think that helps a little bit more. Right? Back a bit. Down here, but back a bit. Yes, there. Now, that marking on her muzzle. Take a good look at that. Yeah, I think what I did there is fine, but it could use a little bit more refinement. And that is not it. More zoom, please. Oops. Yeah, now let's do this. No, 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 no. No, no. Or maybe yes. Yeah, maybe yes. But maybe not as thin as I did here. Let's reduce this. Or rather, increase it. There. Yeah, frick. There we go, that's good enough for that. Now, what about her eye? The shape of the eye is fine. Though, it doesn't feel very harmonious with the rest of her design. Something like this might be better for her. Let me save, and I'm going to experiment with that different eye shape. Maybe a little less zoom. You can see more of her body. Looking at all this now, old art for her makes me really want to update her reference sheets. At least you have reference sheet for your characters. I think I only have two or one for each. No, hold on. What am I trying to say? I think I only have one reference sheet for two characters. These two characters have only one ref sheet. Both of them are outdated, unfinished, and well, it's basically just a sketch. I never got to finish reference sheets for Silvertrot or Michael Braveheart. And I keep telling myself for years now that I'm gonna update them but I never did. Having said that, I am in the process of drawing one reference sheet for one very old character that I no longer use actually, this character. And the only reason why I am drawing a reference sheet for this character is because I'm actually gonna try and sell that character away. So that's the only reference sheet. Hey, welcome back, everything. So that's the only reference sheet so far that I'm actually putting some effort into, and that I hopefully will be finishing sometime soon. What was I going to do? Right, her eye. I would try to change her eye. This is mostly an experiment, but I'll try to change the shape of her eye to match a little bit more of this one, but without losing the original shape. Does it make sense to you? I don't know. It makes sense in my head. Also, I don't know what I'm gonna be doing here. I'm just gonna do it. Anyway, how am I gonna do this? Okay, let's try. See, I'm trying to change the shape of her eye, but still retaining the original at the same time. Well, not exactly retaining the original shape, but you know when car companies redesign a car, like they launch the first generation of a car and then they launch the second generation of that car and they give the car a little bit of a facelift. You look at the car, you can tell what it is because it looks like the old one, but at the same time it looks very different. That's kind of the same thing that I'm trying to do here. If it is going to work, well, that's a different story. I don't know. I'm just hoping it will. Oops. Sometimes when I am drawing a line, I accidentally press the button on the pen, and that undoes the line. Which, by the way, fun fact, another little tip, if you are using Microsoft Paint. If you are drawing a line like this, for example, you are holding click, even if you are using a pen or a mouse, and you want to undo the line completely without using an undo or redo, you know, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Y. You can just keep holding left click, but then you right click and release both buttons. It undoes the line completely without changing anything that you did previously. So for example, if I draw a line here, and then here, and another one here. So I have this undo and this undo. Let's say I'm gonna draw another line here. Wait, what am I trying to do? Yeah, let's say I want to draw a line here, but I don't like this line, and I don't want to lose the undo for the one previous before this one. Or I don't know, maybe I have a line here. Now I want to draw another one here in the middle, but I don't want to miss either this undo or this undo. So I just right click right here, and I can still, if I press Ctrl Z, I'm gonna do that one immediately. I have no idea what I'm saying, I'm just saying words. I don't know if any of what I just said made any sense to you, so if not, I do apologize. My brain might not be working anymore. I'm gonna drink some water and keep working on this eye. Anyway, point is, if you're drawing a line and you want to undo it immediately without using up an undo, just hold left click and then right click. This eraser is too big. I am almost done with this experiment, by the way. Yeah, that should do it. Check something here real quick. Her original eye. Okay. No, that can be much better, guys. That can be much better. This will be far more detailed in Corel Draw when I draw the final line art with vectors. But for now, this will do. Okay, time to find out if this is any good. Or any better, I should say. Change this line. Oh yes, I also gotta change the color on the marking on her muzzle. Almost forgot about that. There. You know, I think that does work. I think that does look better. Let's copy her face from this sketch and replace the change with it. Do a couple undos and redos to compare. So this is the old one. This is the new one. Check this with less zoom. Yeah, that works. I'm gonna keep this change. Just need to tweak it a little bit more. Try and make this eye a little more elegant. That's not quite what I need. Yeah, this here should be fine. Let's reinforce this line. Go. By the way, I've given this tip before, but if you're using Paint and you run into that bug where for some reason you can't pick the color black when you click it, even if you click a couple times, one thing that you can do besides click and holding is pick another color and then try to pick black again. That always works. Okay, and the other eye I don't even need to change at all. That one is fine as it is. Let's save. How can I improve her smile, her expression itself? The expression, I think, right now is only dependent on the smile itself. How can I improve that? Maybe draw a line here for her cheek, perhaps? No, that gives her a weird expression. No. Or maybe yes, just not quite like that. What if this... Zoom out a bit. This curve has to stay as it is, because if I change it, I'm gonna mess up the shape of her snout. Any change that I make to her mouth must be done in this area only. So let me try and redraw this smile a little bit. Again, I'm just experimenting. For the most part, I don't actually know what I'm doing. Come on, hand, just do the thing. Don't force me to use the curve tool again. Okay, I think what I just did here is garbage. But let's see. Yeah, that looks like garbage. Right? Right, yes, it does look like garbage. I don't know, for some reason, right now, she kind of reminds me of the Joker. I'm not sure why, but she kind of reminds me of the Joker. God, imagine if the Joker was a dragon. Jesus. Let's undo all of that. Because that was terrible. Good lord. Maybe if I reduce his jawline here. Especially when it's colored red. Right? Maybe that's why I thought of the Joker. Like seriously, let's imagine this here. Hold on a moment. Let me try and recreate that a little bit. And just keep it red. Now this is just for the lulz. There. I'm gonna put a smile on your face. Also misspelled your. Whatever. I'm gonna cut a smile on your face. And hold the claws up. Oh my god, that's actually terrifying. Alright, let's undo all of this. There we go. There, this is far less threatening. Okay. That actually kind of gives me an idea. Maybe someday I should try and draw a dragon as a Joker. Or maybe not even necessarily draw the Joker as a dragon, but maybe just draw some dragon character that I have dressed up and with a face painted to look like the Joker. You know, as a kind of as a cosplay of the Joker. It could be fun. I'm not even a fan of Batman or superheroes. It just this idea just amused me. Anyway. Yeah, I'm not too sure how I can improve this. It definitely needs improvement, but I'm not sure how to do it. Maybe considering the angle at which her head is tilted, perhaps I should remove a little bit of the chin and the jaw down here. Not necessarily remove it, but make it a little smaller, more slim. Let's try. That might help with the expression, actually. Hold on, for this I should probably end up using the curve tool. Not end up using. I should probably use the curve tool. This goes there. Okay. Now let's be very gentle with what and how much of I erase here. Oops. Yeah, that looks a bit wonky. Hang on. Okay. And okay. Now I can erase some of this black. Not some, all of it. There we go. Yeah, that is actually better. That is actually better. The chin could still use a little more reduction. But overall, this is better. Just not too sure how much more I can reduce this. Not by much. Not that I should, to be frank. Okay, I think this is as much as I should change. Let's erase this. Oops, too much. Drop the size of the eraser. There we go. Yes, that is much better. It is. Right here, though, this could be a bit better also. Take a look at her reference again. Yeah, she does have kind of a beak shape right there. Let me try and replicate that over here while keeping this within my style. As well as, of course, the perspective. That is important.
Hello, friend.
And you know what? I'm actually gonna redefine that nostril slightly.
What we do without them.
Yes, like this.
Without them. I don't know. And I don't want to know. But I guess that I'm gonna have to. I guess that I'm gonna have to. Could this
Oop.
be what I've always wanted?
I almost messed this up.
Could this be what I've always feared? Could this be why I feel haunted? Oh, I know this can't be real.
Alright, let's take a look at this. I don't like the change that I made to the nostril. I am going to revert that. That change does not work on my style.
Hello, horses. I've come to see you again. What would I do without you? What would I do without you? What to do? What is left for me now? I just need a happy ending.
I just need to remove one pixel from here. Okay. I just realized that I am at that stage of the stream where I start sitting on the edge of my chair for some reason. Usually when I do this is when I'm starting to feel a little mentally tired from all of this work. But that it was because of the wing. The wing that tired me a lot. Not just because it was a lot of work, but because I had to think very hard. I mean, you know how it goes when you are working on something, you have to focus a lot in solving an issue, that sort of stuff. You get mentally tired. That is unavoidable on anything that we do. Be it a job, task, or just a hobby. Yeah, that snout looks much better now, I dare say. Let's see, what else can I improve on this face besides the rest of it? Because yes, I'm still not done. You know, maybe her smile is actually fine as it is. I still can't get over how cute this is. I wish I could draw like this, but it's too cute. Maybe someday I'll get there. Yeah, considering the design of this character, I think this facial expression is fine. At least for now. I still feel like I can improve this further, but as of right now, I am not too sure how. Maybe do a little bit of cheek over here. Nah, that looks a bit weird. If I go with something that enhances, let's say, the shape of her cheek, I might do that in shading only over on Photoshop. As for an actual line art for that, on this character, with this design, with this perspective, and this angle of tilting on the head, I don't really think that is going to be necessary. It was for this one when I drew her years ago, but not for this one. But this one, it just looks a bit weird. And I don't want her to look weird. It was bad enough with the Joker smile. Okay, let's see. I think I'm gonna leave her face untouched for a while. And next, I should probably focus on getting these hair slash mane things done. Yeah, I should probably do those. Excuse me. Wait a second. She has scales on those as well? What? Hey, pianist, are you still in the chat? Can you confirm me if she does have scales on this hair slash mane thing on the back of her head? Because I thought that was just some kind of fur. I am a bit confused. In any case, let me try and get those drawn. I should save this to the progress sheet, right? Let's do that. Oops, not rotate. Pre-selection, that's what I want. Very small scales. Okay, so that is not actual fur slash hair. Position her there. Did I save? Let's save. Save this here also. The hair isn't really hair. I thought so. Okay. This can get confusing for me. Hold on. Let me use this here as a reference. Enable transparency. By the way, look for comparison. Check the head and face expression that we have now and compare to the first version that I drew for her. This is horrible. Just for the sake of it, let me copy this. Yeah, it looks terrible by comparison now. Okay, maybe a little less zoom actually. Let's put this here and save. Okay, before I get started on these things here, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and when I get back, I will get started on these. I'm not really sure how I'm gonna make them and how I'm gonna make them work, they should not be difficult. What might give me a little bit of trouble, however, is the perspective at which we are looking at her head. Perspective, the way the head's, positioned, that might give me a little bit of trouble. But we'll see what happens. For now, I'll take that quick bathroom break, and when I get back, I'll work on this. So, I'll be right back, guys. And I am back. And I see my internet connection has decided to unlive itself for a moment while I was away. Well, thank God it's back. Okay. So I was going to try it. Not try, I was going to do it. To draw these hair things that are not really hair. Alright, let's get started. Let's get started by copying her head. And just her head. Let's bring that over to here. And I am going to extract her head, basically. Cut it out. Cut it off, rather. Cut it off her neck. We need her horns, so those stay intact. There we go. This goes away, this goes away. And this, and this goes away. And also this. And all of this here also. Okay, let's copy this, and let's get started. So, it looks like all of this is completely on the back, behind this horn. Let me confirm that by taking a look at some other references. Yeah, that seems to be the case on this one. That one and that one. Okay, so they start right behind the horns. And they don't go very far back. Oh, I still have to draw these spikes. I must not forget about them. So they begin like... hold on, there's another thing that I gotta check. One moment. There is one bit of information, or actually instruction, regarding the hair that I forgot about. I gotta check that real quick. For this, I'm going to hide the screen from you guys for a moment, because I'm gonna go into my notes here, check information about commission stuff and stuff. Just a moment.
Don't you ever leave my side. Time may end and yet we will thrive. The times may be tough and it's hard to get by, but I'll stand strong with your guiding light.
Okay. Okay, I found what I was looking for. Okay, let's close that and bring the stream back to you guys. Let's get started. I gotta draw two versions of this, basically. Make one with these hair things short, somewhat short, and another one with them somewhat long. I think I'm going to start with the shorter one. Or should I do the long one? Whatever, let's just do it and see what I feel like doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, let's just do it. But first I gotta consider how they should be curved. After all, perspective and anatomy must be taken into account. So her head and neck here are essentially a cylinder, right? If I were to draw lines defining the boundaries and shape, it would probably go somewhat like this. This is to give you an idea of the dimensions of her body here. So I'd have to consider this curvature. Let's begin with something like this, perhaps. No, that looks like a tentacle. Let's not give her tentacles. Begin with a short one right here at the base of this horn and make longer ones further back. Yeah. Wait, what am I doing? They actually seem to have similar length. Yes, all of them seem to have a similar length. Draw one down here. Like that. No, not like that. That sucked. Fine. Okay, now I am approaching a section here where I gotta be a bit careful with how I start these hair things, because the base where they start is going to be visible. So I must make this in a way that makes sense, that looks natural. That is very important. To me, at least. Hey, Diamondback! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Happy Sunday. Who is this and why is it in MS Paint? I always draw my sketches in Microsoft Paint. I then later draw the final line arts with vectors in CorelDRAW, and all the shading, effects, coloring and stuff is done in Photoshop, but the sketch itself is always on Microsoft Paint. This is a commission that I am drawing. The character is called Diane Orthouri, I think that's how you pronounce that. I might be wrong with that pronunciation. If I am, then please forgive me, Pianist Dragon. But yeah, her name is Diane, and I am trying to draw her. She's actually an Anthro character, but for this commission I am drawing her as a pharaoh. I'm trying to adapt her design to a quadruped design, which also means, of course, making up some stuff. But right now I am seeing if I can get her hair that isn't actually hair done. If you're close, it's hard to pronounce. Well, at least I was close. But frick, there was a bug on my tablet, just squished it. Ah, crap, hold on a second, I gotta clean this up. Ew, gross. I don't want bug stuff spread all over my tablet. There we go, that's much better. There. At least it was a tiny bug. Okay. Alright, so it looks like I'm actually starting with the short version of this knot hair. So I'm gonna carry on with this. I'm not gonna give this too much detail, since I'm gonna be presenting the short version and then a longer version as examples. Then whichever one looks the best, then that's the one that I'm actually gonna refine and clean up and, you know, make into the final version for the final sketch. So for now, let's stick to this one. Let's draw one here. No, not quite like that. Okay, this can actually get a little more difficult than I thought it was probably gonna get. But I can make it. I mean, like, seriously. If for so many years I was crazy enough to draw every single string of hair slash fur on dragon manes before, then I can absolutely do this. And I'm not even joking. If we go back a few years on my art, let's go here, let's say page, I don't know, page 10. Actually, not this far back. Let's go to page 5. If we go just a few years back on my art, let me find one that is a full picture on Photoshop. Yeah, like this here, this commission. No, not this one. This was actually from after I stopped doing that. Let's try page 6, perhaps. Yeah, it's around this era here. This must be what, 2012 maybe? Yeah, here's an example. This resolution is way too tiny for me to show you. It's gonna be easier if I find the file. Art. Let's see, shout your last cry. Ah, here. That's a full resolution. Oh no, wait, I didn't do that here. What? Is this one from before I stopped drawing every single string of hair on the mane, or is this after? Oh, I think this is from before I started doing that. Yes, it is from before. Wow. Oh, no, I'm very confused now. This is definitely from after I stopped drawing every single string of hair on the mane. Yeah. So when was I doing it? Let's see, page 9, 10, 11, 12. No, this here's from before. I am so confused now. When did I do that? Well, point is, at some point, I was drawing every single string of hair on Dragon Manes. And it came to a point where it was just simply impossible to keep doing that because of how large the canvas I was using was. The effect was really good. It looked really nice. But it was just too much to keep doing at a higher resolution. Once I started using higher resolutions anyway. So I stopped doing that. I think Lecturing the Green has that. Let me see. Where is that one? There. Yes. Here. See how fuzzy Michael Braveheart's mane is on this one? I literally was drawing every single string of hair on his mane. Or should I say fur? Every single one of them. And then I had to shade them. Now sure, I would shade all of them together basically, but still. I was drawing every single one of them. Same thing here for Wheatley Moros. This character here. It's nice, it looks furry as it was intended. But my god, was that a nightmare. Because I would literally be doing this here. For hours. Literal hours. It was okay when I was using a small canvas and smaller resolution, but when I started using vectors for the final line arts, and therefore when I started to use much larger resolutions for the picture, then that became just unfeasible. I still did that for a little while when I started using larger resolutions, but I realized that keep doing that was just, well, it wasn't feasible. It wasn't impossible, but it was a nightmare. So I stopped doing that. I don't know how I got into rambling about that stuff. Oh yes, I was saying that if I could do that back in the day, and then I definitely can do this. I definitely can do this. I don't know why I closed this. I'm being a dummy. Yeah, this seems to be better. But yeah, if I could do that, I can do this. I feel like there should be another one here. Perhaps. Yeah. Now let's draw some going over there. The back here. This section of her design might cost a lot of time on CorelDRAW when I'm drawing these with vectors. They should not be difficult at all to do. It will just take a bit of time. But I will do it. Also, I might be exaggerating a little bit on how many of these are here. Yeah, I don't think there's supposed to be that many. I mean, there's plentiful of them, just probably not as many as I am drawing right now. But hey, as I always say, basics first. You gotta start somewhere. And also, they don't go that far back. Yeah, so end them around this area here should be fine. Now the nice thing with this side of her head is that I don't really have to draw that many, let alone detail them, because most of this is actually obscured by these two horns here, this one and this one over here. But I do have to think on how the layers are gonna work when I send this over to Photoshop. And I have to think this now, because I have to prepare the layers when I am drawing the final line art in CorelDRAW. So perhaps let's think this through. Layer wise, I suppose I could draw her head, just her head, plus this horn over here connected to the neck and therefore the body. Then I draw just the not hair things, these things here. I'm just gonna say hair, it's easier. I'll draw them on a separate layer that I will put on top of the head and the body. And I will have just this and this horn together in the same layer. And I'll place them on top of the hair. Of the hairs, rather. That way, I can separately color the, well, I could also include the hairs with the head and the body. Have those on the same layer, and then just the horn. That will save me one layer. Yeah, I might do that instead. And it's all a matter of coloring them with the head. And as you can see here, a good portion of them should be obscured. Now let's erase this line art for the neck. Only some of it, because not all of it is supposed to be hidden. There. Let's call all of this black. And there we go. She has short hair on this version. I'm going to save this separately to the progress sheet. Let's copy that and paste it over here. Now, I have to do the same thing again, but make these things longer. Let's begin by restoring this whole section of her to what it was like before I drew those. Yep, perfect. Let's re-enable transparency. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's undo this. And let me copy this. Copy, redo. Actually, no. Stay like this. Let's instead change the color of all of this. Copy this again and paste this over. There, now I have a reference for the hair. There we go. It looks a bit weird like this. Okay, let's save. And also, by the way, I still haven't finished defining the horns. But that's detailing, that'll come later. Let's begin here. Let's give this a little bit of flow. Oh god. I'm not happy with this. I was gonna say this. I was gonna say I suppose this works, but not actually. No, this is wrong. Yeah, that's slightly better. That should do it. That's better. Let's draw one more here behind both of these. Oh, hand, could you please just make the line the way I want? I clearly know the way I want this line to be. The hand is just like, no, I'm gonna draw it the way I want. I don't care what you want. I'm the one holding the pen, you know? Artist struggles. Oops. There. That'll do. I'm focusing very hard on this right now. So I do apologize for not saying much. Let's have this one be very long and go behind the one I just drew last. So like that. Yeah, that'll do. Another one here. Now hang on, how do I do this one? Yeah, that works. If I had face cam, you would see so much smoke pouring out of my nostrils and ears right now. Well, not the ears because I'm wearing headphones, but my brain is frying over here how hard I am thinking to get this done right. And you know what? I think I like this version better than the first one that I did. But I'm not the one who's going to decide which one to go with. Not ultimately. Yeah, that should do it. Now on this other side here, these ones don't really have to be very detailed at all, because most of them, well, are obscured by the horn. so they are not supposed to be visible. Give me, let's see, blue, light blue. I don't feel like I should draw something going over some of these here. Maybe not. Yeah, let's not bother with that. Let's instead erase those short ones that I did. Let's paste the head with the horns back on top. Go. And let's erase the line art for the neck in this area here that is supposed to be obscured by the hairs and horns. Right here. Yeah, I do feel like there should be a little more volume in this area. The length is fine, but volume-wise... Let me try. Let me use the curve tool for this. Because I definitely feel like there should be more volume here. This can be a lot better. I think I'm going to zoom in a bit more for this. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's paste this back on top and erase the stuff that will have to be erased. Let's now go for red on the primary color in the eraser. There. A little bit of black over here. Let's make this a little longer. Yeah, I guess this is fine. Let's change that. Let's change all of this to black, actually. I was gonna say let's change it to red, but no. Perhaps I should draw one more right here. Yes, that's much better. Okay, let me save this and copy this head over to the progress sheet. And let me bring this one back for comparison. Yeah, I think the longer one looks nicer. But again, I'm not the one who's going to decide this in the end. What I will do right now is copy this entire body to a separate canvas and not to the progress sheet. Let's make a new file here. Let's position it right here like this. drink some water because I'm thirsty. Copy this again. Let's paste it right here without transparency. Ah, frick. I forgot about this. Oops. Well then. That's easily solvable. There. This will do the trick. There we go. Let's do comparison here. Delete that first. Let's do a comparison, eh? Why is that missing? Why is that missing? What the fudge? Copy this. Paste here, select everything, undo. Paste. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's do a little bit of comparing here now. So this is the short version. This is the longer version. Short, longer. Short, long, short, long. Yeah, I like the long version better. But that's my opinion. Either way, whichever one I end up going with, I'm gonna have to improve it because this can be much better. But for starters, that should do it. Should I draw some over here maybe? No, I shouldn't. Yeah, any other hair that should be hanging from the other side of her head, I believe, should be obscured by the head itself. Again, I am considering her anatomy and the perspective at which we are looking at her. Okay. What do I want? I want to select all of this here. And I want... What do I want? I know what I want. I want the calculator because I suck at math. Let's double the size of this. Do I want to do it vertically or horizontally? Vertically should be fine. So 767 plus 767, that's 1534. And I'm gonna add another 4 pixels to it. So 1538. Let's grab green on the secondary color. Go over here, paste this number, and boom. I have just expanded the canvas vertically to an exact size. Now I gotta undo, copy this again, because I forgot I just wiped my clipboard. There. 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels. That's the tolerance I gave, and yeah, there you go. It fits exactly as I intended. Very, very good. Let's make a little note here. Let's write short. There's a reason why I'm doing this. Oh my god, why can't I draw this H? Jesus. Short. And long. There we go. Let's save this file as... Let's see... I'm sorry, I'm just snapping my knuckles here for a moment. Ah, that is so relieving. I'm sorry if this is disturbing. hair. Oops. Length sample 01. Now I want Photoshop. Let's copy all of that. Make a new file. Paste it here. Layer, no wait. Select color range, yes. Sample that. Delete. Enable transparency. And let's see, let's grab the color white. And let's write a text here. Sample. Make this very big. Blending options. Stroke. Choose number 7. 7 is a good number. Making it big smoother. Yep. There. Let's copy this. Paste over so it's completely centered. Copy layer style, hide the text. Paste layer style. 10% transparency, or rather opacity. There we go. Okay. And this I'm going to save. But I'm not going to save over this file that I have just created, which is somewhere in here. Oh, it's there. No. I'm going to save this with a slightly different file name. Let's see, hair length, sample 01. By my dragon, why not? There we go. Okay, now, why did I just do this? Well, as I mentioned earlier, this is a commission. I'm supposed to present the person who commissioned this samples of the progress. I haven't presented any directly via notes on DeviantArt because I didn't feel like I was advanced enough with the sketches to show how it was coming along. Now I am at a point where I can actually show how advanced the work actually is. So the reason why I have just created those files is so I can finally show a sample of the progress. That's literally just it. Though having said that, the person who commissioned this has been watching the Chill Art Sunday, or at least parts of it. I know. So he already knows that I'm not only working on it, but also he has been seeing how I have been coming along with this. But I haven't actually sent any samples. This is the first sample that I'm going to be sending. But I'm not going to do that immediately right now. Instead, what I would do right now is save all of this. Also, should probably write the date of today. Yes, I like to date the stuff that I do. So we are still in April. Wow, we are almost in May. I'm almost having a birthday. 30th, 2023. What happened on... Oh. What happened with that number 3 there? Oh god. There. And today is Sunday. There we go. So yeah, I'm not gonna send the sample immediately right now. What I would do instead is save these files, date them, and remind you guys that I stream every week on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Every Wednesday I play a trucking game. I mean trucking games. It's mostly the American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator 2, but just trucking games in general. So every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And every Friday, also at 7 p.m. Eastern, I play a different game every week. And on Sundays I do art live at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. For the moment, I am making an experiment of multi-streaming. I am streaming to Twitch and Picarto at the same time. However, for the moment, only the Chill Art Sunday, the Sunday stream, only this show is available on both platforms at the same time. For now, if you would like to catch my gaming streams, the Wet Truck Sim on Wednesdays and the Gaming Friday on Fridays, then for now you can only watch those on Twitch. So by the end of this experiment, if I decide that it is actually worth to keep streaming to Picarto at the same time as well, then I'm not only going to keep doing that, but I will also see if it is going to be worth the while to also bring the gaming streams to Picarto as well. So maybe someday in the future I will do the Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday streams, all three of these together, on Twitch and Picarto simultaneously. Regardless whether you are watching this on Twitch or Picarto, I do invite you to follow me on both platforms, whichever one you like the most, whichever one you have an account on, or maybe you would like to follow me on both, either way, and make an account just for that. That would be appreciated, that's for sure. Whether you're watching this on Picarto or Twitch, if you scroll down a little bit on the stream, you will see a panel called Where to Find Me, and over there will be a link, there is rather a link to my channel on Twitch and on Picarto. On both platforms I have a link to both platforms in there, so whether you are watching this on either one, you can easily find me on the other. And yeah, do follow me. In there you will also find links to my DeviantArt, my Inkblot, my Twitter, YouTube, etc. everything. If I have an account somewhere, there's a link in there. So yeah. So for now, the Chill Art Sunday specifically, this is the only one available on Picarto when it goes live. And speaking of stuff that is available online, I also have a Discord server. It's called Dragon Realms, and if you would like to join, you will be very welcome to. However, for the moment, only members of the art group Dragon Realms over at DeviantArt and subscribers to my channel on Twitch, for now only those have access to the Discord server. So if you are one of those and you are watching this on Twitch, then scroll down the stream a little bit, and there is another panel there with a link to the server right there. If the link doesn't work when you try to use it, then you can message me either on Twitch, either on DeviantArt or Twitter, or even send me a whisper on Twitch, which might actually be even easier, and I will send you an invitation link directly from there. My name on DeviantArt is here on the top of the screen. It's Mike this Dragon, and on Twitter it is @_Mike Dragon. I will be making the server available for everyone, making it public for everyone, so anyone can join at any moment by just clicking the link. But for now, only subscribers and members of the art group can join. There was something else that I was going to say about the Discord server. Oh yes, I already have a date in mind as to when I'm going to make the server public. However, since I have not yet settled on the date, I'm not going to tell you just yet, because I don't want to say the date now and then the date comes around and I decide that I'm going to wait a little longer. So I'm going to settle on the date yet, and then I'm going to tell you guys. But do know this, it is coming up very, very, very soon. And when I mean soon, I don't mean soon TM as in like this. No, it is actually coming very soon. Not like this, but also like this. So yeah. Oh yeah, as I was mentioning, that May is coming around. It's almost my birthday. Just out of pure curiosity. Oh wow, my birthday will be on a Friday, so I'm gonna be streaming on my birthday. I gotta think of a fun game to play on that day. If you guys would have any ideas, do voice them. I will read them. But yeah, guys, that's gonna be everything for today. I would like to keep streaming some more, do some more art today. But I spent so much time struggling with just that left wing that my brain's fried. I need to rest my mind a little bit. So that's what I'm gonna do. So yes, everyone, thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you maybe had some fun. And whether you are watching this on Twitch or Picarto, thank you so much for your company. And you all have a very great week. May this next week be a better one than the one we just had. And until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And when you go to bed, sleep well. And as always, dream of dragons. See you guys soon. Bye bye. Have a good one.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find new feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't stand up. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. So truths can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fate. That said, if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you've got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where fossils lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You've got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Don't bet on taking trips because you got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.